See, how old-fashioned. Yeah. Just waiting for my... There we go. Just waiting for my program to realize that I wanted to show Ace Attorney and not just the background. That's not as cool. Does wind make you feel sleepy? Okay. So do you listen to, like, wind noises when you want to go to bed? Oh. Okay. That's not good. That's not good at all. For old Brioche. I hope that won't be the case. I hope that you'll sleep well. Anyway, hello everyone. Oh, I forgot to unmute.
Hello.
I forgot to unmute you. So.
You just
People were wondering why I'm saying, yeah, brioche. And I was like, what? I don't get anything. Thank you, Fire Meow, for subscribing for 10 months. We gotta step out of the VOD squad for once. Yeah, we have some cool VOD squads. People who can't be around but still want to watch. That's pretty cool. If you watching this right now as a member of the VOD squad, then high five to you. Though honestly, for my VODs, I mostly cut out not for these actually. For these ones, I consider our random ramblings part of the show, so I keep them in. But otherwise, I tend to cut from when we start and when I start and so on.
I have never put up or saved a VOD of any of my streams.
You don't manually save them as highlights and stuff?
No. Oh. I did for a little bit.
Then they disappear.
Yeah, they're all lost into the ether.
No.
But I was thinking some of them I might start uploading to YouTube. Because at the moment my YouTube isn't monetized. And you need to have 4,000 hours watched for it to be able to be monetized. And I've been on YouTube for a while now, but because I only do like 5-minute videos, I've only just got to 2,000. Yeah, 5 minutes a week. So part of me is like, what if I just put up a 2-hour video, and then if one person watched that, that's like gonna get me there a little bit quicker.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
not
so
I even particularly care about it being monetized. It's just when when it I honestly don't mind it not being, but when you just see that goal on the screen, and well, now I want to get that because you've made me want just to make the thing go to green.
Yeah, exactly. I know exactly what you feel like. Well, my thing was always like, I started at one point when I was like starting to wind down YouTube because I was doing too much with Twitch and I had so much raw content, and I was like, I could spend time editing this, and I did in the beginning, but it was a lot of work and I didn't feel like it was worth it. So eventually I just put VODs there, and I was just download this, upload this, but it just felt unnecessary. Like I felt like I was just splitting my audience needlessly. So instead I just made sure to start saving all my stuff on Twitch, like all the good stuff on Twitch, that stuff that isn't just a random stream or whatever, like all my long playthroughs and stuff. I just save them here and like put them in a collection and show them as links, and it's pretty good. I mean, I know it's not the same. A lot of people prefer watching stuff on YouTube rather than Twitch, and I'm one of them. If I can, I prefer to watch something on YouTube because it's just better generally. Better player, better infrastructure. It's designed for pre-made videos rather than Twitch, which is designed to be a live experience,
Yeah.
But yeah, still though, like I wanted to sort of encourage people to be on Twitch, rather than people. It's a bit cynical, but I wanted people to be like, I don't need to be on Twitch. I don't need to follow. I don't need to subscribe, whatever. I'll get it all on YouTube. It's like, not that I don't lock away anything. People don't need to be subbed to see my stuff or anything, but if I get people to be on Twitch and be involved in that, even if it's just VODs and stuff, that I feel like that encourages more people being involved in the community and becoming subscribers or whatever, and you know, that's how you make monies.
Interest. When you save VODs on Twitch to highlights or whatever, does it permanently save all of the chat as well?
Yes. It does save the chat.
Maybe I should start doing that then. Because the only reason I don't really upload videos is because I think, well, like 90% of what I'm saying
It's
during
responding to
streams
chat.
Yeah, so if you can't see that, you're just basically just watching someone talking to themselves about things you don't understand.
Yeah, you only see one part of the conversation. That's something I was realizing when I was... Because first, when I was trying to figure out, like, okay, can I get this on YouTube while also streaming it? I was like limiting talk to chat, or if I talk to chat, I sort of very much brought up the point recapping it before I started talking about it and stuff, and it felt unnatural. And then at a certain point you're like, okay, well, let's just have it being natural. But then you get just like episodes of Deus Ex where there's a random tangent in the middle that comes. I mean, to be fair, I'm not a stranger to tangents, but it came just out of nowhere because someone in chat said something, and it's like a response or conversation with them, and it just felt weird. So with Twitch, that comes automatically. A lot of people who put more edited VODs and stuff on YouTube, they cut in they put the Twitch chat on screen so that people can sort of see what the streamer is talking to.
Yeah.
I would do that if I had an editor. I don't feel like that would take a lot of time, and I wouldn't want to do that myself unless I felt that it was really truly worth it. So in that case, I would either get a Yogscast editor or get my own editor to do that for me. It's like, hey, here's the VODs. Do whatever you want with them. Like, cut up short videos if you want. Make full long videos if you want. Make them funny or just make them VODs. And then you get a cut based on how good it does. Bam, bing, bang, bong. So like they basically get to decide on their own, and it's my content, and I don't have to worry about it and stuff.
Control-y for that. Like I've had 2 very kind offers to do like clip videos for me, and I'm just like, no. Thank you, but no, because I want to know that I know everything that's going out on my YouTube, sort of thing, just so I can't. Obviously, like everything I say is something I have said on a stream, but I also feel like there's a different tone.
I will agree with there feels a different thing with what you deliberately decide to upload and keep present, rather than something someone clipped and put there. Though I assume you often look at existing clips, like for what to pick to put in those videos, like what someone has clipped, like, oh, that was a funny thing, I'll put that in. Unless you particularly remember something fun that happened that wasn't clipped, which I assume also happens. But
I tend to just go back through, I go back through all the clips from the week using, what's the website I use? Twitch Tracker.
Okay.
Twitch Tracker, you can sort it by the week, and then you can decide what you're gonna do. But yeah, I had a thought, but it died of loneliness. I can't remember what it was.
As it was uploading from brain to mouth, it lost connection somewhere in the middle.
Oh, what was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, no, I was just thinking about when back occasionally for my job, I used to film interviews, and you always had to tell people to say, like, to answer the question with the question.
Oh, yeah. They do that
and many times they wouldn't do it, and you'd have to be like, can you say that again, but with context, please? Because if you didn't have like a voiceover, or you could actually hear the questions being asked, I was like, doesn't make sense.
I know.
I guess you'd have to do that with them. And with chat
you notice that from watching as well. when people are like, well, I think my favorite opponent to face at Hell in a Cell would be, and that feels like such an unnatural statement because they are forced to say it from the very beginning. You know? Like, well, I've always thought that if I had to go out to the end and face one final opponent and I would play, it's like, you don't speak like that normally. If the question was asked, you just say, oh, Bobby Fish. Like, oh, okay. You know? But yeah,
Bobby
of course
Fish.
it would work.
Is he the one with the spiky teeth? Well, not
maybe?
the spiky teeth, the gum shield that has spiky teeth on it.
Oh, probably, yeah, then, yeah.
He looks very
good.
old school.
He's very old school feel.
You know the sorts of, like, back in the days when you had the circus and you'd have, like, the strong man.
Yes,
and they'd be
absolutely.
wearing, like, the stripy onesie type
Yeah,
costume.
I know exactly what you're thinking of,
one
yeah.
of those. Like he'd look at home in one.
I'm very strong, little boy, you know, yeah.
Doing the sort of, like, the fists up. Sort of thing.
Exactly, yeah. That's good. That's good. Right, we can't afford too much to be tangenting today, though.
because we need to get.
Our goal is to try to finish this because it's Jingle Jam next week, and we're not sure when we're going to be able to fit in any more of our own streams. We spoilers, we will be doing a stream on the Jangle Jangle, but we're not sure when we'll be able to throw in all of these. So the hope is to finish this today. So as much as I want to talk to you about random stuff, which I'm getting more and more serious about the idea of a podcast, actually. I've been thinking about like how to structure it and things and make it work.
Really?
I think
I was literally thinking about asking you if you wanted to do a podcast, and then I was like, no, because he'll want to do one with other people. He won't want to do one with me.
I do want to do one with you. I think that'd be great. I think a perfect podcast size is probably 3 people. But 2 works as well, and we've definitely proved we can talk just the 2 of us. But yeah, we'll talk about it and stuff, because I think we have so much that we talk about all the time that it would easily fit into like a weekly 1-hour podcast. Absolutely. But today, as much as I would love to go into all of this stuff, we have to finish this game. We've been on this case for so long, and we only have 1 part left. It's only this trial part left, so I'm going to do my very best not to get distracted and to talk about random tangents. All right?
Got this.
You're ready.
Focus.
We got this. We'll focus and do this. Easy peasy.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's go. The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Let's go. Hound of the Baskervilles.
Ooh. Oh yeah, the little box. We're going to see what was inside it, or what wasn't inside it, perchance.
Yes. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by... Oh, I'm going to do the judge voice, I forgot. The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilda 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windabank's murder. The only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. So last week, a lot of stuff happened, but basically, we found Eggs Benedict man. Turns out his name was Ashley Graydon. He worked in the communications office thing. He was like a Morse dude or whatever. And we tried to prove that he was there at the time. And it was tough, because he said, oh, you didn't have any proof. But I think we got him in the end to basically...
We did prove he was there, but then he was like, proving I was there means nothing. And we were like, well, what?
Yeah, we just said... Yeah. Jeez, just keeps moving the goalpost, which this is very common. Yeah, and we were trying to like, oh, he was there for the music box for some reason. We still don't know the exact connection between McGilda and him, but that's why we're there.
Yeah. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside.
Oh, is this a music box player?
Oh.
What? Good gracious. This is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow. Although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case.
It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
Okay, so it's so as in music, like it's not a music book player, like it already has music in it.
Oh yeah.
Maybe. Graydon. I was keeping thinking about his name. If there's any more puns to his name than just Ash Gray, because you know, if there's a reference to something, it's probably a Sherlock Holmes reference, like so many other names. But still. Then, is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
So it is a player after all.
But
okay.
Why did it?
Why did they call it a movement?
Already like built in.
Yeah. Maybe it needs to combine with that. Maybe the teeth thing goes around the holes. And well, I don't actually understand how these music boxes really work.
No.
I guess we're about to find out. The Nash brothers have left. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc deposited at Windybanks at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not Mr. McGilded's disc.
True, it was for Mr. McGilded, it says on it.
Oh, yeah. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus.
But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I love the hand raising. Yeah. Teacher, I know. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Oh. Wait, my lord.
Oh my god, Gregson, what are you up to? He's been shady this entire case.
Yeah.
I bet you it's about his police chief of police. Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The music box and disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Oh, Gregson. Oh, what is this?
Objection.
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened.
The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored.
Now that I have my objection emotes, people can say that whenever people say objection, and it is fun. I like that.
I'm just gonna look across the chat to see if anyone's saying he could explore my avenue. What's that? Kirsty's not here today? Okay, no.
Oh, God, well.
Oh, no,
there'll be a lot less of it then.
Melon's got it. Okay.
Yeah, someone else.
Explore your avenues.
Yeah, there you go. Christ.
And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Go!
He was losing all his chips.
No
further delays, please. Play the disc.
Courtroom's going to be full of seagulls now.
Yeah, it's not good.
I still don't understand.
This is Morse code.
Morse code?
It has to be, because it's not actually music.
Oh, and he works in communications, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, so I guess the bubbles on top push down those pins, and that's what hits the cone.
Yeah, and then the pins hit the cones to make the sound.
Yeah. I understand now.
I wonder if this Morse code was translated into English from Japanese. Surely, it probably was. Because there must be more... Is Morse code... Can you Morse code Japanese letters? Or is it like... Because Morse has direct communications to the Roman alphabet. The ones we use, number 2. But I wonder if it works for Japanese as well, or if they had it. Did you know, by the way, that recently they added something to the Morse alphabet? The @ symbol has been added.
Oh my gosh, so now you can tweet in Morse code.
Well, that, but it's probably more for email. But yes, like that and email, I think. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Come on, it's Morse. You can get it.
Oh. Oh no, now he's got the message.
Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it and drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
He's bluffing.
He's 100% bluffing, but well played by him to just say, well, I guess it's broken, lol, you fools. Well, secretly, he's listening to the Morse, because he'll know Morse by heart, obviously. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Morse code got adapted to Japanese? Okay. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but it's it.
No.
Could this music emanating from the box possibly be a new clue? It could be a clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
It looks quite strange when he refers to him as my lord, and then he responds, good lord. It's like he's going, I am good.
I am
well done,
good.
me.
Yes, good job. Good job, me. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. See, I wonder if... Did the jury members get to interrupt? They do, right? Sometimes I feel like they have.
Do they have to, like, post on a thing and it's only the floorman or whatever he's called who can interrupt? Or foreman.
You just added in the name. Floorman. Because I feel like because then... Stop! I can understand this message. Stop! It's clearly Morse code. Stop! Like, she'd be able to do that. Yeah, right. You know. Oh, Graydon stands there, chortling vicariously. That's chortling. I think. I think that's chortling. The inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge.
If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this.
Oh?
Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case?
It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
I mean, making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now you've told us what they are not. Perhaps you can tell us what they are. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument.
Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that act is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet.
No. I've never seen him look that way before. It took me by
No,
surprise.
yeah.
I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. Alright. Well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical.
I love this tune.
Yeah, it's my favorite. It's you know, it's a banger from my youth. Oh, I used to rock out to this one.
It's like the BBC News theme. That's an absolute banger.
Ah. Hey, is that what those sounds are? Why wouldn't he just say it so that the player didn't? So now I'm supposed to be, Runa knows, but the player doesn't.
Something just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one in the music box.
Yeah, it's the juror with this beep, 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 beep. Stop! Stop! Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now.
The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now.
And stop standing there with a smug smile on his face because he knows and hasn't told anyone else.
Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation.
Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. If I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. Join the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sound of this music box is...
Prosecution's chances will be dashed.
Nice. So we need to get something talking about communications officer stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe this.
Was there anything
Because it's government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. I didn't even put that together.
Because
yes.
he's the government agent, you know?
It's going to turn out that Ashley Graydon is like, when they find... Have you ever seen Blackadder Goes Forth?
No, I haven't, but I know a little bit about it.
There's a bit where they find... they think that there's like a spy in the hospital, and there's a guy in there who has like a really obvious accent, so they're like, of course it must be him, and it turns out it's just this like, I think it's the nurse or something who has a very posh accent. It's a funny episode. Anyway,
Blackadder
no tangents today.
Exactly. It's hard not to go tangents. Today's paper, Counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pigpress Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? The Ministry mole classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that the international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries.
And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams.
Oh, of course.
Juror number 5, your input, please.
Oh, Mimice, sir? Whatever is the matter?
You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports.
Yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communications station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound?
You don't mean to say, is it?
That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code.
I don't believe it.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer.
Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code?
That's exactly what I'm suggesting. Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council. The serving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? The sort of words I'd half expect you to know. As he's like an assassin from Russia. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus.
But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to have gained entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind, Mr. McGilded, would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. The spin! Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Only I can insult the foreigner. Don't you dare. Then by all means, counter the charges, sir.
Yeah!
Oh, not again. The highest criminal is here.
No! The serial killer. Thank you, Thomas Nelson, for subscribing.
The prosecution demands the witness testifies. Responds to the accusations brought by the defense. Oh, in response.
Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. That being a most flagitious offense.
A what?
Flagitus.
I'm Googling that. I've never seen the word before.
There's only one T.
Criminal villainous.
Flagitious.
Flagitious.
Okay, yeah. Because there's only one T, so it can't be flagitious. So it's flagitious. What a word.
I've already.
A most flagitious offense, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may...
Hold it.
Gregson! Oh, they're back!
Oh.
You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. A rabbit and pork.
Something talk, I guess?
I guess.
Talk?
Pork and talk.
Oh, yeah, because I think rabbit does mean talk, doesn't it? So I guess it's rabbit and pork is talk.
Which rhymes with torque? Cockney slang, man.
What do they like?
What do they like, eh? Like, I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name Snash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie.
Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland.
That's right. We what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. And Gregson's like, oh, what the fuck?
Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Angie.
Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGillidan, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night, like what he told us to do.
If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Oh, so now they're admitting to him telling them to go in.
Yeah. Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin. I love how they say that, because it always sounds like they're saying Mr. and Mrs., but it's Mr. and Mr. So they could... But I guess that's how you say it. If there's two Mr. Skulkins, you say Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
Skulkins.
Yeah, Misters, maybe. How would you abbreviate Misters, though? Because if it's MRS, then it's Mrs. all of a sudden.
Yeah.
One Mr. will do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. We did, Gov! We did! I love now we get to see them from behind, but they're turned around, so we get to see them from the front. Nice. Quieten down, please. Quieten down? Quieten is not a word, Judge. What the hell? I guess it is, otherwise they wouldn't use it, but come on. It's quiet down, not quieten down.
Swedish for the quiet.
Quieten over there, you know? What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job.
Hey, what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant to the proceedings. I was. As soon as we found it, I was like, this is huge. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. The small music box has been entered into the court record. Appears to only play a single tone. What was that?
When it had the music box like thing, there's just the judge was like just peeking over the top.
Yeah, a little bit.
His
Yeah.
eyes like, hello.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information.
Hold it!
So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. The general members of staff at the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Okay, that'll be her.
Oh, what the stop? Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Oh no, stop! Must say something. Stop.
Let me guess. Juror number 5.
We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's fascinating.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in the presence of an idol. Stop.
Oh, wow. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent and ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them.
No, stop. Something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with the ministry technicians and the ministry communications team.
Kirsty just popped up in my chat saying, "Hello, Ian, I'm here representing London Gang to tell you that quieten is a real word. It is not. Don't spread false rumors around in my chat. Clearly, we use quiet these days, not quieten. Because you know why? Even if it is, I mean, I trust you. I'm sure it's a real word. But it doesn't need to be, because quieten itself seems like an admonishment to tell people. Like it's a thing you do, you quieten, right? Like as a thing, it's a verb, you quieten, you know? But this one is quiet down, right? Like you've already told people what to do. Quiet down. While never mind. We're fine, we're done.
I'm more offended that Kirsty tries to be a member of Hearts Gang and is now representing London Gang.
Oh wow.
To choose
Multiple gang members. Harsh.
He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now.
Wow. He, Graydon's very much like, I'm like a nobody, I didn't see anything, I may work there, but nothing, but she's like, yeah, and then she's like, actually no, best at everything, knows everything, totally, I guess, access to everything, best at everything, can do everything. And he's like, God damn it.
It looks weird saying road now. Looks like it either should be row now or road no.
Rono, yeah. Rono. It's like Sean Penn or Sheen Bean. Yeah. Quieten down was something our parents said to us all the time when we were loud. Why didn't they just say quiet down, like normal parents?
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idols. Stop.
London, innit? I guess so. Well, your idol will appreciate it if you kept your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, the sound produced by that music box aren't even Morse code.
Hold it!
They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent to listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Is it because there weren't any dots and dashes? It were all individual, but I felt like there were some dots and some dashes. Some sounds had a little bit beep. Well, it wasn't beep, 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 beep. It was mostly the same length, but I thought some of them had like longer tails on the sound than others. I don't know.
Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code.
You know, I think it is because they want to make sure that the audience understands Morse code.
Yeah.
Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Oh, it's her.
I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson? Here in court?
Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
Yes. A short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
Did she just do a dot when she said that message?
She did.
But she didn't do a dash.
That's a message.
She didn't do a dash, though.
No.
Huh.
Just a little bip, bip.
I see.
For example, this is A, and this is B.
Beep, 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 beep.
But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone.
Yeah, exactly. But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. Don't we have... Do we have another disc or something? Because maybe this is only the dots, and then something else is only the dashes, and they need to be played at the same time, maybe? I feel like that's the case.
Maybe. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code.
We only have the one disc. I think
got that one, and
this is the disc we're listening
well.
to, right? This is the one. Right, because if we examine, this one has the... Yes, this is the one we're listening to. But then there's the caramel disc, which he made a copy of with his caramel. I don't think we have another disc, but I swear there was another one. And to me, it feels safer to have two discs for the same message. Because then even if you lose one, they can't get anything. So if you have both, play them at the same time, you get to hear the dats and doshes. Yes. No!
No, perked up again.
Oh, really? You shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? The music box is nothing but a worthless pile of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future.
Yeah, why didn't you learn Morse code before this trial?
Yes, jeez. Yeah, exactly. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets are somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try.
Why not?
There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum?
I was going to comment on how you said ad infinitum, because I usually say ad infinitum, but I honestly don't know what the correct pronunciation is, so I'm not gonna comment.
Carl, are you still in chat? Do you know?
And in Latin, man, is it ad infinitum or ad infinitum?
Latin.
Maybe it's ad infinitum.
It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required: dots and dashes.
The dramatic pause. Dots. And
dot, dot, dot.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently you're right. It's ad infinitum.
Okay. That's fine. It's not everyone.
Yeah, I was doing it the same as infinity.
Yeah, exactly. It's just,
And beyond.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense's hypothesis to be forward. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher... I was right. Could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code. I was just like, I fucked up somewhere, and I tried to look back to see where I fucked up. No, but I was right. Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, what was that on the bottom? It's like a hole or something you can...
What's that? Oh!
What is it, Bruno?
I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Oh, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
All right then, here goes. Aha! The dash one!
Look at that. There's another movement on the underside.
So, does that mean You can set another disc to play back on the side. I was right! 2 discs at once!
Yes, I think so. It looks like the two movements are linked together.
Have you seen Office Space?
No.
Oh, you should, by the way. But anyway, one of
Were
the...
you talking about it last night?
We might have been. I think we mention it kind of all the time, I think. But, yeah, so, as I said, 2 discs at the same time. And, one of the quotes from that movie, which isn't bad, it's just kind of funny. It's a guy who says 2 chicks at the same time. That's like the ultimate thing, like he could imagine, you know. And it sounded exactly like I said that when I said 2 discs at the same time. And I thought that was pretty funny. 2 movements are linked together. They're linked?
So if you had 2 discs, they would play back at the same time?
Indeed. Can I particularly check this or a thing? Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the other side of the box?
And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length.
So, this movement also produces a single tone, like the other one.
Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the 2 combs isn't the same.
Yeah, because this makes dashes and the other one makes dots.
So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play 2 tones. Yeah, there we go. Got it! Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box?
What?
It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot, and a long dash. With the second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message.
Mutter, 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 mutter.
Mutter, 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 mutter. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims.
Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, enter Hurley.
Yay! Reasoning and logic spectacular! Da-da-da-da, disc. I can't at the moment.
And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise.
Thank
I
you.
believe the... Did you
The
get...
judge just...
Oh, okay.
No, it's just nice to be believed.
I know, yeah, it is nice, yeah. I thought maybe you got some tea from Alex or something. No, we were just saying thanks to the
No,
judge,
just
yeah?
thank you to the judge for
Yeah.
believing in us.
I know, I appreciate that a lot, yes. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. Haven't found it yet.
Oh dear. It looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno.
You will reiterate your testimony, if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc.
Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remembered little about him.
That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? Maybe he was a spy.
Maybe.
How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with Mr. McGilded and negotiate a deal. I keep adding Mr. in front of McGilded every time. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. Far more class, actually. He probably would say class, wouldn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter, and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony. Do we have anything to link them together?
In a previous case, that first case, we had the book with all of the people who McGilded had lent money, but I don't think we have that anymore. But that's the only thing I can think of that would link people together.
Yeah. This is the details on the omnibus case, right?
Are the two thingamabobs have different? Oh no. I was thinking we got those two slips, but I guess they were different dates.
Well, this is 15th February, and this is 13th February.
Yeah.
But I don't necessarily think that, like... I don't know. I don't really link them together. Wonder why we still have this.
Yeah.
Representation papers. We have the green color, but that's about it. And then we have purple on the 15th.
Yeah.
Didn't he show up? So the 15th one has his blood on it. What does this one say? Sorry. Overcoat. So the coat that he wanted, the coat that Graydon wanted, came with Mason's blood on it.
Yeah.
Is that a connection enough? This is a connection between them because he came with that ticket.
Well, didn't he just... Gina had the ticket because she got it from McGilded. He just had the word and a description of what she looked like or something.
Maybe.
And then he claimed that she'd stolen it off him, but she hadn't.
Yeah. It's just that's the only connection between the two I can think of.
Yeah. I mean, is it relevant that they're both on the backs of the same photo, but
no, I think that's just where Windybank wrote down his stuff because he was like out of paper or whatever, so he wrote it on photos. I'm gonna say this is the closest connection we have. We'll see if this means something. Nope, probably not.
Oh.
Well, it was an attempt.
An attempt was made.
Yeah.
Oh.
We got that weird-looking star, and it says at least he tried. Oh well. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night, like what he told us to do.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the Rotter had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? But do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Ooh.
Excuse me!
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Hey? No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Who? Me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together, way back when.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash.
Of course he has a pear, because he's the pear and he's the apple. They're the apples and pears. What is apples and pears Cockney slang for? Stairs. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, going up the apples and pears.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it.
Believe it. Take it, yeah.
But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
Is that so?
Boop, boop, boop,
Boopy.
boop, boop.
Thank you, Detto Fretto, for the raid. Welcome.
But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what we would never have gone through our heads.
Go blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk... Milverton! That's the name of Mason. That's Mason's name. Mason Milverton. That is very exciting. Because I just read that note. That was Mason's last name.
Ooh.
That was a cook, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Well, let them eat their fruit.
It's a wine bottle.
Yeah. He's allowed to throw 15 wine bottles and glasses everywhere, but they're not allowed to nibble on some healthy fruit. Jeez. Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering.
We ain't done nothing wrong.
Well, you are criminals. You know, you did something wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Yes. Because it said Milverton. My lord. Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. A skulkin's never skulkin. Press that, and then we'll try to connect. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really.
Delivering fresh milk to the locals? That's what it was about?
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch.
Or is it like Robin Hood? Are they stealing it from someone else and delivering it?
So the business name is the important part, but I kind of want to know about the business model. So, how did your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empties outside your front door, he would leave you them full again, right?
So, we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were.
So, did you live on a dairy farm or something?
Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm.
Right. Nah, what we had going was simple once you had the idea. We just switch them over, see? Our customers' empties with the full ones from anyone that wasn't on our books. Oh my god, they just gave people empty bottles of milk. What the hell? Oh man. a doddle, right? I think you meant to say a diddle, and that's a crime. It was just an harmless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it.
Well, it was him what came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius.
You mean Mr. Graydon?
Yeah, Ash always had his head in a book when we was growing up. Said he was going to get himself an education and get out of the slum we lived in.
Not even education, just edumation.
Education.
Yeah. Well, we all ragged him about that, didn't we? Told him he was off in the air to even think about it. But look at him now. He's only gonna become a blinking communication officer, ain't he? A communications officer, Mrs. Culkin.
Shams and Wilson's milk run.
No, Iris, don't even think about it. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windybanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGill, did?
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
It is. It's the last name, and I meant to ask about that, but I was desperate to know how they made any money with their milk run, so... I know. Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. I could go for a pair right now. We actually never pressed this one.
Hold it!
Yeah.
So did you know nothing about this music box?
We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. And we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it neither.
But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windybank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar, and that it was some kind of a sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windybank's all along, weren't you?
We were, Gov, we were. Yeah, right there.
Because that's what he told us to do. Yeah. It was his plan. And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windybanks that night? Did you not ask the reason?
Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I weren't best pleased, I can tell you.
In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. There we go. So we pressed it, and then we ask about the name. And they'll be like, that was his name back in the day.
Yeah.
So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did Milverton, the Milverton part, come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clogs like you would have worked that one out. That's his... Hold it. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from.
Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him.
She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash.
Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton. That used to be your surname, did it? Of course not! This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves,
You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
Ah. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. Isn't that perjury? Didn't he just say that I was born Ashley Graydon and he wasn't?
Oh, yeah. So if Gina's guilty of it, then so's he.
Yeah. Like he literally just lied and we called him on it immediately.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. That information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important. There we go. Alright, now we have a connection between the two. So now... no relation with that man. Yes, you do! Because we have Milverton's name... here. Omnibus case... here, Milverton! Hopefully it's this we need to present and not to like his... yeah.
Objection.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we understand now to be negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Actually, his name is not Mr. Mason. Mason was his given name.
Yes.
Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Ugh, I don't...
As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records.
The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Ah! Spin, spin, spin! The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes. Stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end.
So that means that Mr. Graydon set the omnibus aflame. It wasn't Van Ziek's after all. Graydon did it to avenge his dad. Like, you killed my dad, and you went free. Screw you. I'm killing you. I'm setting the omnibus aflame. So that means Van Zieks isn't a murderer. He's just a horrible racist. That's it.
Nice.
Nice. Now we can thirst over him. No, you can't.
Well, I mean, he can change his views about people, but you can't change someone having murdered someone. So I feel like
that's kind of permanent, yeah.
Still.
Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilden managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibank's 2 days ago. Justice for Van Zieks, you accused him of a crime he didn't commit. Listen, I never had proof, right? I just said he almost certainly did it. Because remember, he had a history of a lot of the people he went with was happening to disappear or dying. Tragedy happened to him. Yeah.
Hallie just said, "My name is Ashley Milverton. You killed my father. Prepare to die."
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibank's 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilden had placed in pawn there.
But that attempt failed.
One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulker brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh?
Oh, that's just you. We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed...
Oh.
Bam! The intruder to the pawnbroker touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. That's rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since...
I love that face so much.
Yeah. I love the stance too, because it exactly Kazuma stance. That's how he stood when he was confident in court. So Ryunosuke is like taking after his mentor and best friend.
Aww.
Who's away on holiday in Florida.
Yes.
Yeah. Out of all places, no, Hawaii. He's in Hawaii. He's not in Florida. In Hawaii. Yeah. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, or should I say, Mr. Milverton?
So
do you deny?
It's
perfectly. Do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? That's where the swing should have been. I refuse to accept any of this nonsense.
Really in a position to do that, are you, Sunshine?
Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Oh, I missed that!
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit, yeah. The bullet wound. What? 2 nights ago.
Quick, spray him, see if it's green!
Yeah, exactly! Harris, quick! And she just pulls out.
Shoot him!
We know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery.
Oh.
1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself, poor Mr. Windibank. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, or should I say, no, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China.
Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
I don't know if that came across on microphone, but I disked.
Oh.
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common back slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Winterbanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me, and as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that's all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Okay, his dancing part seems out of character for him. Why is he randomly dancing? I don't get it. Why is he a dancing man?
Like that he's trying too hard to pretend to be like fancy and dandy sort of thing. Is that
maybe like because he grew up poor, he wants to be rich now, and that's what all the rich people do. Maybe, I don't know.
Or is this movement that he's done here? Is that like it's a bit similar to the Skulkins, but is it like a fancy version of it? Because they end up.
That's interesting. Yeah.
But turned around.
Maybe. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact.
Which is?
Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterbank was shot by a 3rd gun. Every time. Which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could have possibly shot Mr. Winterbank that night is you!
Mutter, 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 mutter.
Grumble, 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 grumble.
Wait, who's this? Is this Gregson again? Oh.
You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the facts, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communications station. But did the thought ever cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in the case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... What?
Case you should be done for the thingy of stopping the justice thing law that we've got.
Yeah, that's the thing.
The getting in the way of the justice.
The getting of the stopping of the justice thingy. That's the one. Yeah.
The proper word for it.
Obstruction of justice.
That's the one.
Yeah. Order! 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 Let me... Oh god. Okay, I think that's sort of okay. I had to adjust my lamp. I need to adjust it even more, but that'll do for now. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Mr. Graydon.
Yes?
I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Witness testimony. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with a broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When the Winnie Bank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. See him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole. So I picked it up and made my escape. There's no blood spatter on her, though.
Oh no, there was. You remember when we visited her in prison? She was
you're
covered.
right. You're right. She was covered in blood.
Yeah.
Wait, why was she covered in blood if she didn't shoot him? Did she just happen to
She
be
was
there when it
next to
happened?
him when he got shot.
I guess so, yeah, but I mean, the risk is that was she close enough but still managed to not get hit by the bullet, I guess. Yeah. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! 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 Why would he take the gun and run? Like if he, yeah, I mean he didn't, obviously, but like in his testimony, he said that Gina threw out the gun through the peephole and then he picked it up and ran. Why?
Yeah.
Why would he do that? Like, there's no motivation for that, I think. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way.
Combat is betting that he's one of the fancy people who has a gun cane. Gun swords in Final Fantasy.
I mean, he has his cane around with him, so.
Yeah.
But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth?
Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes. Well, sorry about that.
Oh, my chat is saying that no, the blood she was covered in was Mason's blood. Because it was purple.
Oh, because it was on the coat from that night.
Yeah.
Oh.
So maybe he saw that and like, aha! She's covered in blood, therefore... And then like, well, it's not... But the thing is, it's not Winterbank's blood, it's Mason's blood. So. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood.
You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point?
Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Except they don't accept the colored blood part as evidence. So
such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. You are so drawn to Van Zieks, you want to be his voice.
Well, I mean, yes, I do want to voice him, but I can't voice Renosuke and the prosecutor. I'm already doing almost all the talking. Imagine if you didn't do him.
Very character heavy in this one, aren't you?
Yeah, there's a lot less Susato and Iris in general. And a lot of the witnesses too.
Yeah.
What?
Only three.
Oh my god. Yes. I can't stop myself.
Love him. Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as a basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used with your lordship's permission. There's a pause in there somewhere.
And of course he throws away another glass.
We can shatter all vestiges of hope within minutes.
Much like how I scattered this, the ninth glass of the trial.
When we were just trying to prove all the different blood and stuff,
Then
none
he
of
didn't
it
give a
came
shit,
out.
but
Now
now...
all of a sudden...
now it's fine.
This doesn't look good, Bruno.
No, it does look good, actually. Why not?
Yeah. Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals...
Oh, help. You're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot.
Yeah, to be fair, this was the Briony scene, this one.
Oh, yeah. But wait, it didn't go great. Yeah, it's purple.
Yeah, purple, like Mr.
So that
Mason's
is
blood.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's not Mr. Winterbank's blood. That stains from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who's wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord.
And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
It's a pretty good objection to have, that this was at a murder scene, therefore had blood on it, and they know that that's the one at the murder scene. So if they can't
exactly. Like, they're gonna be like, "Aha! Look, there was blood." It's like, we know there was blood. It was literally there, and there was a murder that happened. Like, and that was 2 months ago. Like, that coat was at the scene of a murder 2 months ago. Why do we immediately make the connection that, aha, that was... Yeah, I think there's plenty of reasonable doubt on that one.
Yeah.
Once they find that blood on the overcoats, Gina will be... Counsel? Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop.
Hold it!
Mr. Winterbank emerged from the storeroom, I believed. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life.
Yeah, we're just your regular mild mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help my little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter.
So I put me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. With a pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you. Sorry, Gov.
Sorry, Gav.
When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counters as the three men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshots. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later.
Did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, he didn't quite strike home. When I put my gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way.
And then he scarpered through the door out back.
At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in at about head height that lets you see what's what in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night.
Oh yeah. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through the peephole as well?
Not likely, Gov.
Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gav.
I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. But no. It wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her, but that's the one she had in her hand. So there was a second phantom gun that she shot and then threw at you, and then she had another one? Are you saying that she had a third gun, she shot Windibank with it, threw that gun out the peephole, and then grabbed Windibank's gun and then fell asleep on the ground?
Oh, maybe we get to use the photo of her holding the gun to prove that it was that one.
Yeah, maybe. We can specifically... Well, I mean, to be honest, the situation he's describing is possible. It's ludicrous, but it's possible. Like, he's going to say that, like, oh, she had a different gun, that she used it and threw away, which I then got. But then she just took Windibank's gun and then fell asleep with it, holding it in her hand. Yeah. And I mean, yes, like, that checks out, but that makes no sense. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded a detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun.
The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection.
but no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, Counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is solid with the victim's blood. Well, it is solid with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGill stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If only they'd accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
They won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother.
Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place.
So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime.
Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We'd made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. It's the Whistle and Flute?
Oh, I think that's Suit.
Oh. Okay. Thank God I have a British person here to help me understand all of these Cockney slang stuff. Thank you, SFX Shingo, for subscribing, by the way.
He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes.
But I was paying you enough, by God. Ugh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with a second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
Oh.
Wow, that was a hell of a reaction. You little toe rag! Whoa! You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you?
Excuse me!
Gentlemen!
Something wrong, sunshine.
Yeah. That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this Dee's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him? He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Or the flaming peephole in the door.
Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you?
Go blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
Oh, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Well, to you, yeah, but not to the rest of us. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. And calm down with his chips, though.
Yeah. My lord!
What? Oh! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Explain yourself, officer.
I have the results of the test that were ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Boop.
What is this meant to say? There was blood? Or what? Like, it's not gonna be like Harley's, oh, it's a different person's blood, I don't think.
Yeah, I think it's just that there is blood.
But we know there was blood. I don't think anyone is gonna argue against that, probably.
Yeah.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objections, counsel?
Oh, very big objections, thank you.
No, my lord.
Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound.
What? But it was a knife stabbing.
Yeah. Do we still have a picture of...
I'm just checking if that's a stain on my monitor or if that's his coat. It was his coat. You never know. Yeah, what the heck?
Oh my gosh, that reminds me the other day. You know,
Yeah.
people sometimes send those things on Discord with like a transparent background to make it look as if a spider's crawling on your screen.
Yeah.
I thought someone had sent me one of those, and then it carried on outside of Discord, and I was like, "Oh no, there's just really a spider."
It's actually a spider. Okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
End of report.
Goodness me. Yeah, actually, yeah, goodness him. That is new. Wow.
Ooh, he's happy.
See? What did I tell you? No. The blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited in Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. Mr. Magnus McGilded and Mr. Mason Milverton. There's a lot of ends here. So the blood on the overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend?
It is right indeed. I gotta go blow my nose. BRB.
Oh, I need to go get a drink so we can both.
We can both BRB?
We can both move liquids of some sort somewhere.
Sure, sounds like a plan. Alright guys, BRB in a few minutes.
BRB. Hydrate done. Nom 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 nom. Rivian.
Hello.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. I am back. I adjusted my lamp as well, so it should be a little better.
Oh, whilst we're here,
Yeah.
if anyone hasn't seen, if you use code Turkey15,
Yes.
get 15% the Yogscast store off until Monday, including Monday. I don't know.
I think it's Thursday through Monday, so yeah. So I think definitely 15% off. And if you're looking at something, Briony has a couple of awesome mugs and stuff. Well, not a couple. You have an awesome mug that you get.
You've
some
got
cool
your
stuff.
new. If you want something that's lawyer themed,
Yeah.
Christmassy,
Yeah.
and hopefully spout right now.
Hopefully. He said he was going to fix it first thing tomorrow. So I'm going to take a look. I'm going to see if it's fixed. Store. .yogscast. Hanging ornament. It's fixed. It's spelled correctly. Hooray! Yeah, there are TTT hanging ornaments where basically we've all been hung up. Last if everything. Boba's already sold out immediately. Of course it is. I'm not surprised. Everyone loves Boba.
Boba.
But yeah, there's Tom, Barry, Ben, Boof, Duncan, Lewis, Lydia, Pedguin, Ravs, Rithian, Spiffingbert, Wilsonator, Fion, G, Silas, Zoe, and Bobs. And yeah, £6 a piece. And they're pretty cool. You hang them on your Christmas tree or wherever you want to hang them. They are neat.
Must said, did Boba buy all of them? I don't think so.
Probably not.
What a power move, though.
Yeah.
Being like,
Oh yeah,
mine's
sold out immediately. Yeah.
What am I going to do with all of these?
Yeah. Definitely.
She
Right.
has a Christmas tree just covered in
Yeah,
just Boba.
all the Bobas. Yeah. Right. So yeah, if you want to get some stuff from the Oxa store, this is a good weekend to get it.
15. Techie 1.5.
Indeed, 15% off for Thanksgiving weekend. Do you celebrate Thanksgiving at all?
Me?
Yeah?
No.
I mean, it's more of an American thing, I know, but...
Yeah.
I mean, it all sort of blends in, you know, like...
It just seems like America's excuse to have two Christmases, I'll be honest.
Yeah, basically. And it's so close to each other, too.
Like that. We have to think up a new... Because I don't think they do presents. I think they just get to eat a lot of food.
They just get together and eat a lot of food,
have
yeah.
a day off. Why
Pretty
don't we
much,
have
yeah.
a holiday that's like that?
Exactly, yeah. This is pretty good. Well, we're gonna have to do without it. We're just gonna have to eat food and meet people without any excuse. Sorry?
2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGilded's innocence?
I see you also add Mr. for the McGildeds, yeah.
And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer?
Is it just me, chat, or is Briony crackling a little bit on
Oh,
Discord?
let me restart my doodah.
Yeah, maybe that helps.
Is it still doing it? Blah 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 blah.
Yes, I think I heard that one crackle. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell.
Blah 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 blah.
It's hard to tell. Sometimes it's very, very faint. I just noticed it. But anyway, it should be. Maybe reconnect on Discord. Maybe.
It could be that I was literally, whilst you were saying that, I was playing with the exposed wiring of my headset. Now I think about it.
Ah, yes. Well,
I was
that's
literally just
probably.
sat here poking it. So maybe I'll put that down and stop doing that.
I would say that's maybe something. Yeah. Considering your headset has a microphone attached, right? So.
Ooh, got to see your
Yeah,
back.
I accidentally backgrounded down. So you see that. That's the current things. I have stuff and everything. Anyway, let's go back to the game. Back to game. It all went away. Just it happens when you put your mouse like in the bottom right corner. It just like, all right, this is what's behind everything, so you see it. But yeah. And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer.
Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have had earned for yourself in this country.
I just realized that I did 1-6 previous line instead of you.
It was a recap one, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. But that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood in that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem out. It can't be done. He is obsessed with stereoscopes, this man. That's like his gimmick. The stereoscope man. But... We used Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemical...
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in the chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out Piroshki to starving boy, and he ran away crying. Okay. Thank you for the story, I guess.
Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination.
Man, your crackles are getting worse. I don't know.
No.
If you did something bad or what.
Oh no. I'll call you back on Discord.
Okay.
Beep beep boop.
Hello? Who's this? A brand new call? Hello?
Long time no speak. Guest on the stream.
Yes.
I probably should ask, is it crackly on my stream? Because I guess that will determine if it is Discord or not.
And that's true, yeah. For what it's worth, it stopped now.
Oh.
From the last couple of
I will keep my mitts off the wire.
Seems like a plan,
must
yeah.
have just been Discord. And I should
maybe.
probably buy a new headset.
If you have exposed wires, maybe, yeah. Maybe.
Yeah. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
How could you say that? A victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. No, it doesn't. It's like, how do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused coat was splattered with... He won't say splattered.
Yeah.
Splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen.
Or if he did it himself.
Yes. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
Ah! He's just staying in that stance the entire time.
My lord. Oh.
Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Thank you, Vengald, for subscribing. Chilling in bed recovering from having my appendix removed. Enjoying the entertainment. Oh, damn. Well, hopefully we can keep your eyes and ears, your mind away from that by keeping you entertained.
But now how are we going to find out where all the information is? If you remove the appendix.
It's not called appendix. It's just called case notes, all right? Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir! Wow, they're all very into this.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
These jurors are the worst.
Guilty.
I know they are.
Guilty.
Guilty. The headbutt. I feel like that was a come on. There are clear reasons why his evidence is not solid. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an unanimous verdict. Come on, Van Seeks. You say you're here to catch the true villains. Why are you after Gina? You know this is obvious. If you think you're such a good guy, here to catch the true evils of the city, Why are you hunting down a poor pickpocket? You useless piece of crap. He's horrible. He's not even good at his job. He's lost every single case against us, and we learned on the boat over here. Like, come on. Amazing. You're the worst. How do people respect you? He's just flat out bad at his job.
But maybe he's doing it like he's actually a really good teacher, and he's believes in us, and he's letting us spread our wings and do the learning on the job.
Yeah, Mr. You racist, dumbass Japanese person. That guy's our teacher. I don't buy that for a second. Like, No. I think I'm done with the rant. I think I made my point. Yeah.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful.
To be fair, you won because the accused weren't guilty. Exactly! So he's wrong! He keeps accusing the wrong people, and he's bad at it. He keeps getting beaten by us. Didn't he reveal the whole conspiracy thing? No, he didn't. Not really. Like, that's something that we came out together with, the whole Magnus and McGilda thing. And even now, he's just still, I'm sure there's nothing more to this crazy conspiracy. I bet it was just a pickpocket. Like, he's supposed to be so smart. How is he not figuring out that Ashley Graydon is part of this? I'll tell you one thing, he ain't no Edgeworth, is what I'm saying. Like, goddamn. Yes. Olive says Briony needs to stop simping. He is a bad man. though I will not deny aesthetically pleasing.
I guess there is also the fact that it is his job to prosecute.
Yeah. Sure.
So it's not really in his best interest to be like, wait, no, maybe you didn't do it.
His job is to prosecute, yes. So he should do his best at it. However, if he cares to be like the sort of the Reaper of the Bailey, to clean up London and get away all the... Like, he should jump on the opportunity to deal with some real villains that do real evil. Then...
True.
And if he's that smart, he should have gotten the sense by now that it wasn't this young pickbucket girl who did it. You know, that's all I'm saying. I don't believe it after I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? Yeah, he has such a bad excuse. The only reason he saw the blood spot was because he was there. Therefore, everything else is totally true. That doesn't follow at all. Just because he was right about that doesn't mean that everything else he did was true. And that it even just because it's that doesn't mean that that's exactly how it happened.
Oh? How
very distressing to be held in such low esteem. I think this is Herlock Sholmes speaking.
Oh. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Is that Herlock Sholmes in disguise? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you.
It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo.
Can you pull a Cockney into Herlock voice? Like a gradual shift?
That.
Are you that good?
That scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? It's
stance.
Oh, amazing! Order! Order! Order!
What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand.
Oh, his outfit and his fake mustache and the helm. It's all so good.
Because look at Gregson's face. He is not happy. What errand?
Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last.
Oh, Iris must be so relieved.
Yes. Good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me.
The fun part is, like, so this entire game series is like, hey, what if I write my main character hanging out with Sherlock Holmes in his times, right? And that is a time-honored tradition of almost every writer, like, in history. Because Sherlock Holmes is a public domain figure, and even before that, the idea of having your character hang out with Sherlock Holmes is so popular. Like, because everyone loves that character. So not everyone, but so many people write that. Like, I'm gonna hang out with Sherlock Holmes all the time. And yeah, that's what they did in this game as well. Like, what if Phoenix Wright's ancestor was in London with Sherlock Holmes? Yeah! They write everything, and it's hilarious. In what manner, sir? The police helmet gets the thing as well.
I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What are you to this, Lord Van Seeks?
No. This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly. Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time.
What are you trying to hide, Gregson?
The truth. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Hey!
Very well then. Counsel, you have 5 minutes. Is it reasoning and like, hey, it's Klozovak?
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now?
All right, I'm all wrong.
Sorry?
I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray, forgive me should I pass out.
Maybe you should make your... What is it with the fancy moves and stances when you're hurt? Like, Graydon is doing the same thing. His arm is literally bleeding from a bullet wound. And he's like, ah, wah, yeah, wah, yeah, wah, yeah, wah, wah. Just non-stop. Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Ellie, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part.
Right. Modesty, surely not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
What's that? A lavender furoshiki weapon.
A leaving present from Miss Susato.
From Miss Susato? I'm Miss Susato.
Aww. If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor.
I don't understand.
Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand.
Surely it's underhanded. Well, yeah.
Can't have no quiet end, but then have underhanded. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, won't find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? Ooh. What is this?
Oh. It's the machine I made.
Ah.
Oh, the flap maker.
The cat flap creator. Ah, meow.
Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What? Wait a minute. Was that what made the look-through hole into the storeroom? Is that what made the peephole?
Oh, maybe. Is there gonna be a thing? Oh, is there gonna be a thing that means that it makes flaps that only goes one way, so they couldn't have looked in? They could only have looked out? Oh no, because we looked in. No, ignore me. Okay, carry on.
We did look in, but the cat. Well, no, but the cat flap has to open both ways. Otherwise, the cat can't leave.
That's
So I
how
don't think that.
my cats.
Enter, but
With
never
me
leave.
and my love.
It's Hotel California, you know? You
Yeah.
can check in anytime you want, but you can't leave.
I call it the cat flapper-mat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. Yes, you
What?
do.
Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering.
Ah, I miss Susato.
But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes?
That night, when you left Windybanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose.
Huh.
That is your answer, dear fellow.
No, not at all cryptic then. Why don't you just help me,
You've
Herb?
only got 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Just tell us.
Susato-san used this cat flapper-mat that night. But why? The cat flapper-mat has been entered into the court record. All right, that's 5 minutes. Now let's please go ahead. Yeah, there we go.
Your 5 minutes is over.
We're out of time already.
I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. No need to thanks. No, I need no thanks, detective. No need to thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast.
La Iecta is... fuck, I can't remember. I used to know it in Latin. La Iecta... No, I don't. I need to look it up. Hold on. Alea iacta est. There we go. I was close. I was close.
Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings.
Learned friends. I mean,
so
leanings.
used to the learned friend.
Yeah.
No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. Yes, of course. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. It's
I
only
know.
worked every single
It's
time
only worked
before.
exactly. Now, I've seen my young man here attempt a summation examination multiple times with the films when it seems like he's lost, and it's always worked. But this time, for sure, it won't. All right, yeah, all right.
I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
the rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan?
The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests...
Oh. Whoa.
Did we have more statements for him to...
Oh, can we look through the thingy that just got brought in? Oh. How does this help us?
Crew, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything.
They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all.
And what are the two parts at the top there?
Ah, those are for attaching the hinges to the section of the door that gets cut through. Cut out.
I bet you this door was made for the storeroom. Right, of course.
I can max this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors.
It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what that's what it's for, but feels like the reality of the cat flapping mad is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction.
He's so adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons.
So, okay,
but where
can
would
we
she
get...
have used to?
Well, do we have a picture of... Do you see a thing there? It's there 1:30. It wasn't there at 1 a.m. It's kind of hard to see, but I don't see a thing. Like, it's kind of covered, but, like, I don't see a clear thing. Right? Let's... Oh, magnifying glass. Nothing.
I swear it was there when we visited. I don't know.
Because it's very clearly a thing there now.
Yeah.
And it's not here. Like, maybe it's been pulled back a little, but still. Look, it's like one... So from the very edge, it's like one board, and then one board, and then bam.
Yeah.
One board, and then there's nothing. So that was added between 1 and 1:30. With this. And it must have been Susato who did it. In that time, between 1 and 1:30. How do we present that? So she was there, so Susato was there with that between 1 and 1:30.
Why would she?
But this was happening at 1.
Yeah.
So that means that Graydon and the Skulkins were there shortly after, right? Say 1:10, maybe? Something? And then... Didn't we say they shot through the... No, they shot before it closed, maybe, but...
I'm pretty sure when we first visited the shop, we spotted that flap in the door. I think it's just...
Maybe I'm just making...
I don't know.
I mean, the pictures
The
pictures won't lie, right?
Yeah. What's the bottom of it in line with on the wall?
So...
We'll
have to check the other one.
Yeah.
So this goes...
Oh, yeah, so it is in line with the bottom of that piece of paper.
Yeah, like just above the last line.
Yeah.
And it's...
So, yeah, it would
it's
be
just... It's there at 1:30 and not there at 1.
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know how to present... If I was actually in court, I would say... Right, alright, ladies and gentlemen. I just got this. This made a hole. Look at these pictures. There was a flap, and then it wasn't a flap, which means a flap was made between. What does that mean? Well, it means that when this was happening, the gun couldn't have been thrown from inside the courtroom outside, which puts his entire thing... Is it maybe cross-examination then? Because we can tell him when he says, oh, she threw it, it was like, no, you didn't. Because there was no thing at 1. I think that's actually more likely than a summation examination at this point.
But
Even though I feel like the game is like conditioned us to saying, oh yeah, always do summation examination when you can.
Surely that means we would have seen Susato make that hole, though.
Well...
Oh no, because I guess we
when...
chased after them, didn't we? But
well,
when did we
Gina was there first.
The...
So this all happened around between the time of 1 and 1:30, right? And Gina came first to like, hey, Windybank, I want to see the manuscript. And then, remember the door was then open. And the door was ajar and the light was on when Graydon and the Skulkins came there to rob and take the thing. And then they came there and then, oh shit, there's a lot of people there and guns already. Bam, 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 bam. But they were inside. They took the thing from the... Do we have a picture? Or was it these pictures we used to see the box? No. Oh, we don't have those on us, but yeah.
No.
To notice the box, right? That came... So they took that from there. So
Did we?
Yeah.
On the night when it happened, we went down with Susato.
Yeah.
Then
No.
Holmes got...
We didn't go down with Susato, I don't think. Because we went down... Or did we?
Was it that?
It was me and
Someone
Sherlock
shot
and... Yeah.
Holmes.
Yeah.
So we then chased after. Susato was left with Holmes, so then she made the door. Then we got back and then looked through the peephole? Is that how it worked?
Would she have done it that quickly in between? And not
can't
told
be.
us? But why?
I guess because she was just worried about... Maybe she wanted to look in without tampering with the door handle? I don't know.
So instead she
I guess
tampers
we-
with the door.
Well, I guess actually we didn't have the key to the door, so she wanted to look inside. Would
Yeah.
she... Is it that?
But why wouldn't she tell us then? Maybe that's why she says she's a failure as a... Because she got herself involved in the case. Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with cross-examination, I think.
Yeah.
Further cross-examination.
Oh, sorry. I'm still looking at my bunnies. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates so you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
It's not a new witness, it's the same witness. And it was temporarily put on hold, so we could restart it. Remember? Like, it didn't end. It was temporarily put on hold when we got stuff back. The defense is not asking for cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness.
What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord?
Interrupt the cross-exam. Was this also Herlock?
I guess it was.
Yeah.
Requesting your lordship something to do the thing.
Thank you, officer. Very well. We will interrupt. Temporarily suspend, yeah.
So nobody can say anything then? If Bruno has to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd.
Got you! You racist sumbitch! I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I've decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. I wonder what would have happened if we'd chosen summation examination.
I don't know.
Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in order to support your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
My lord.
Yes, my lord.
A single statement and a single piece of evidence? Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands.
Is
he okay?
No, he's not okay. Mr. Sholmes!
Are we gonna see him?
No, he's all wrong. To stand so what the hell? Insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
Carefree or unconcerned, light-hearted.
I figured based on context that's what it meant, but I've never seen it before. Phoenix Wright games usually aren't necessarily games that introduce like a lot of new words and stuff, but I guess because it takes place in the late 1800s, like a lot of the language is used like that way, like very late to date, early 1900s even. But yeah, I think it was 1890. No, 1899 is Red Dead. That's not quite this yet. So this would be, but it would be early 1900s, wouldn't it? So yeah.
Yeah. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. I won't waste this final chance that Sasato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Alright, I know exactly what to do. Oh, music! First time we've heard this.
Oh.
No, you couldn't! You couldn't see him through the peephole.
I guess are you going to present the thing itself?
I'm going to present the cat flapper-mat. That's a funny name. So the real question is, present it here, I could see him through the peephole? Yeah. Or present it here, which is toss the gun out of the peephole. That's my problem. It's only one of them will work. I would say it's probably the first one.
Oh.
Or what? You would say the last one?
The gun, because if he says I looked through the peephole, that could be just like the door peephole. Whereas if you're pushing a gun through it, that's not a keyhole.
Yeah.
That's a big.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Objection.
Objection.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? It's a cat flapper-mat, Your Honor.
Oh, it's my cat flapper-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without the owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Ah! But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterbank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together, and has recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Well, actually, there was no peephole when you committed the crime yourself.
Yeah.
Yes, how could you? This is how we trap him. He's like, of course there was. That explains why. But actually, that's not what happened. And you couldn't have because... What? Counsel, can you say what you mean? Alright. It's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door. And until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through.
Bum, bum, bum.
What? No! Hey, the Skulkins are back.
Objection!
Oh yeah, when did they come in?
When Sherlock fainted, I think.
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was...
Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant, tampered with the crime scene, was being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. Yeah, and that's why she said she failed. That is a most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly...
Tell us.
Well, I guess she didn't want to say because she
Oh,
was hoping
yeah.
hoping that we would be able to do it without revealing that, because it looks negative on her and also on us, I guess, in a degree. So like, if I managed to get it without this last time thing, fine. But since she knew this was extra information that I needed to use. It checks out, I think. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Not the kind of holes that this cat Flappamat made. Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there is no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. But he's going to be like, how can you prove that she did indeed make it? And we'll have the pictures. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Ugh. Dum 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 dum. Ora! 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 Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly. This is just some cheap trick you designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
And it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
Ha! I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
She got a flap into the desk.
Yeah.
Waggy,
Waggy.
cooey, time for dinner.
Oh my god, she did it through the door! Oh my god! Yay, meow! Well?
Well?
Oh man. Ah! Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not simply make a cat flap in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey.
What if there's a cat burglar who's on charge? And they need to be prosecuted.
I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the store at Windybanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
Hang on, I think my internet Wait, can you still hear me?
Yeah?
I think my stream the
no.
OBS thing is flashing red. It's Angie.
Angie flashing red.
Angie flash. I wonder if Alex is doing something.
Maybe he's just like, I'm just gonna download some big source code for my new Unity project real quick.
Just for the heck of it.
Yeah. Just why not, right? Might as well just go ahead.
Oh no.
We back? I think we back, maybe.
I think we back.
I'm looking at your stream and it's pausing a lot, but
oh, Poopa, it's your stream getting revenge on my stream for me lagging it yesterday when I raided.
Yeah, what was that about? Everything was going fine, and then all of a sudden,
and I showed up.
Yeah, she's ruiner of streams. I think it looks like it's working now.
Fingers crossed.
Okay. All right. This is your line.
Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, it's back to green now. No, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps my cat flapper rat creates are all of a fixed size.
The cat flaps are cat flap man's flaps for the cats when the cats need to have a flap are all fixed size.
And the dimensions of the peephole at Windbanks are an exact match.
Ugh. Coincidence. Oh yeah? Well, we have pictures.
Hee. Old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you.
And now it's my learned student's friend's turns to be lost for words, I feel.
What?
My learned student friends. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home.
Well, yes, that's true.
Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
Ah! What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device.
I knew it. We're gonna have to prove it, but we have the pictures for it.
But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof.
Ugh.
And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
What? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel,
Don't give up now, Bruno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
Okay, give me the cat's flap. Come here, Lord Van Zeeks. Maybe not.
We can force our way into his heart.
Yeah, by cutting it open so we get hinges. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Natasan is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
Aww.
Wow, that's quite a statement. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Windybank Storm was created after the event and not before.
So
First picture then.
Yeah.
It'll be this one.
Take that!
What are you? A
print from that detective's infernal cameras again?
My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikitoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. The necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. Yes, that's you, not me.
And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker.
But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies.
Is he gonna faint on top of Sholmes as well?
Yeah. Just a pile of fainting victims. Order! I am satisfied. The defense has substantiated his claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious.
That's not the only thing we know now beyond all reasonable doubt. I love you, Runosuke. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene.
What a random time to express your love, Van Seeks.
I can't hold it in any longer.
Christ.
The cat's out the flap, as they say.
You can't stop these shippers, am I right? I'm right.
But more importantly...
Good lord, there's more Lord Van Seeks?
The defense may have established a reprehensible... A prehensile...
A prehensile instance?
A reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof of this, that this man is the victim's killer.
Yes. That's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No! I don't believe this, but they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say.
The cat's out of the flap.
Oh, there's no point knocking the cat's door after the cat has bolted.
Nice.
Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense.
Oh, perjury. He's been purging all over the place.
He's been purging all the Yuris, honestly.
Yeah.
Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
Oh.
What? Yeah, because, I mean, he couldn't have known about the spatter and all that stuff, you know?
Yeah.
If you hadn't seen.
Objection!
This is provocative talk, Counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency.
Iris is right. One lie begets another.
I want baguettes.
Yeah. The inconsistencies revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, the bloodstains on the coat, right? Though technically, he saw her in the coat earlier. But
the bloodstain had soaked in and was practically invisible, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And he was supposed to have seen it, right?
Yeah.
And it was supposed to also be from gunshot spatter.
Yeah, so he would only see if he saw him get shot.
Yeah.
The door was open.
Yeah.
Right?
The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the...
Okay, I did it.
Fine, I did it, fine. Whatever. It's not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's that the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, as the cat got your tongue witness? Oh, quite clever there, Judge, quite clever. Yes, indeed, I was quite clever. The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windybanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible? Oh, it's him again.
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony.
I don't know about that, Gregson.
To you.
This is definitely suspicious that you just so happen to want to leave now.
Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. I mean, we're accusing him of murder. How much more serious?
Really serious, yeah. Yes. Well, it's more, I guess, that we are now accusing other people of leaking the information. Like, the police is leaking the information. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. In fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who's the person in question, Counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Oh.
Maybe?
Yeah?
Because otherwise it's Gregson.
Yeah,
But
I
I
feel like
don't-
Greg's covering up, but I don't feel like he would do it in the first place.
I think that's why he's been so nervous
Yeah.
throughout most of this. Because he realizes this is implicating his boss, the entire Chief of Justice, who is involved with the leaking of information, probably
Yeah.
together with him. It wasn't Gina, it wasn't Winterbank, wasn't Iris, wasn't Sholmes, wasn't Susato, wasn't the Skulkins, wasn't Van Zeeks. So it obviously can't be him who gave it to him. So it's Gregson or Strongheart.
Would that maybe explain why he put us in charge of the thingy, the first case? Because he thought that we would do it wrong and then McGilded would be killed and they wouldn't have to, he wouldn't get leak the information that he knew that there was an information leak. Is that what happened? My brain's
Maybe.
falling out.
Maybe. Because he gave us basically like, hey, here's a case for you. Solve it and you're fine, you know?
Yeah.
And he was like, well, if I put this newbie on, maybe he'll fail and we'll finally get McGilded, right?
Yeah.
But then turns out McGilded falsified evidence and stuff and managed anyway.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it's Strongheart.
Take that!
This is the person in question, my lord.
Objection.
Is that wrong?
Whatever sins others may conceal, it's very clear who had the means to reveal information about the crime scene to the witness.
Oh, drat.
Oh no.
So it is Gregson then.
Wipe that dratted expression off your face and accept the penalty you deserve. Oh.
I didn't want it to be Gregson.
Who knew about the peephole and the bloodstains on Ginny's coat? And who had the opportunity to pass that information on to old Silky? I can only think of one person, Bruno.
Yes, sadly, so can I. I thought...
You thought it went all the way to the top, but it just
Yeah,
stayed sort of
but
near
it's
the
just
bottom.
Gregson. I was... It's like near the bottom. I desperately thought Gregson was a good guy.
Yeah.
So I thought it had to be Strongheart. I think he's still a good guy, but, you know. Just the fact that he, like, wanted to leave. Obviously, he was incredibly suspicious, but I was like, no, Gregson is a good guy. He wouldn't. It must be Strongheart. But no, it's...
Looks like a bad guy.
Yeah, Gregson looks evil. I mean, Gregson looks good, and Strongheart looks evil. So clearly, yeah, it has to be him. But you know,
Take that!
Yeah.
the truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Hey, me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Do you not remember when they were chatting behind their backs? Yeah. I remember everything. Well, I don't remember everything, but I remember a lot of stuff that Gregson did that was very weird. They talked behind their backs, like talking to themselves. He was being all cagey and suspicious. Like, yeah, I mean, obviously, I've seen him. Strongheart hasn't done nothing suspicious all game, just judging him based on his appearance. Lol. No. It's not by his appearance I'm judging him. It's just because of that. He is in this position of power that has the opportunity. This seems to go like way above, like sharing of state secrets and government secrets. And I feel like the Chief of Justice, who's, you know, been this whole like, your time is up and like, oh, you only get to do this weird case, would have been involved in that more so than good old Gregson that we like. Even though he has been suspicious, I assumed that Gregson was guilty. However, he was doing it for the sake of Strongheart. And that's why I presented Strongheart, even though I knew in my heart it was Gregson.
Yeah.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin?
Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that?
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
Except we literally saw one of those illicit discussions occurring in front of our eyes.
Oh, just remembered something, Bruno.
Let me remember something without the game telling me. What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony.
Flashback.
I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag, you're making all this up.
That's what he called Nash when he grabbed him as well.
Oh yeah.
I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Because you were ordered to by male Strongheart. Because he is important for their in operation. Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
What deal, Counsel?
I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to agree a certain something to the inspector. The music disc.
Oh, the other disc.
Yeah. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal with any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
Well, I...
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with the accusations in this Nipponese student's... Oh, with accusations is this Nipponese student's speciality.
There we go. I don't do that.
But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim.
Evidence?
Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal.
If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it.
Do you think it could be?
Yes. is the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. All the dots. Nice. Because Morse code on the... Yeah. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of this alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? Ba-bwam.
I guess it's either that or the music box. Yeah, because Gregson took the other one, didn't he?
Yeah, he already has the disc.
So it must be the one from the music.
So it must be the music box that was in the thing, yeah.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What are you getting at now, Sunshine?
I'm just gonna let him eat fish for a while. That has to be the fish, right? Because otherwise it's just chips.
It's different to the chip.
Yeah. Though it doesn't look very fishy. Maybe a little bit after he's eaten it.
Battered cod thing or something.
Yeah. Is it possible with this other top secret case? Is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here. The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice?
How? How the bleeding Nora could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited to Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in Mr. McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. That's why he didn't want to listen to them in the first place, even though it was only half of it. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs that contain those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little... Ah!
Order, order, order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this.
I'll be taking that whatever it is of Mr. McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is mine.
I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGillard was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realised there was a possibility, that's all.
Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness?
For shame.
To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
Oh,
no!
God!
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here, in this very courtroom.
Wait, what? In this room? Yeah, it would be with Gregson. Gregson will have taken it from Graydon. How could you possibly make a claim like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What?
What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution.
Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious! Then, you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person? Yes! The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
Yeah, he's been there the entire time. The third Skulkin brother. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Especially
Well,
the chips.
Inspector?
Look at those chips. And I'll eat
Nom,
them.
nom, 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 nom. How does he get the infinite fish?
This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubt about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
What? He's going to agree to it?
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded.
That's quite a lot for one theory. That sounds serious. Indeed. To have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord? Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Search someone else. But who? Because if he's so open to it, he won't have it. That's, you know, like he wouldn't say, yeah, totally fine. If he, so... But then who would we search? One of the Skulkins? I don't know. Graydon himself? Unlikely. Why would he give it back to him? But he's not been in contact with anyone else. Ginny? I guess they were on the thing together, but I don't think so. Yes, the defense formally demands the search to be conducted. Well...
Don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
Fair enough. That's you.
Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide.
I was just thinking, would there be reason for when he was having the argy-bargy with the Skulkin brother? Could he have been making a second deal or something?
Yes! That's...
Slipped it to him.
Very good. Did you come up with that with yourself, or did someone in chat say it?
Feet
Because
meat.
it was you?
No, it was... Fish Moley came up with it.
I was so impressed. But then it was someone in chat who probably played the game already. But yes, that's the thing. Yeah, that is the perfect time. Because we commented on the time that felt weird.
Yeah,
when he
like,
did that
why
all of a
was he
sudden.
scrapping with him.
Yeah. That's a. This is a no backseating game chat. Just so you know.
Molly says, "I don't own the game. Own the game. Take that, Rithian."
Well, maybe no, but that's still backseating, even if you don't own the game. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
What? Now, what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Be
quiet, all of you.
Oh, is it?
Oh, Iris!
Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words.
You what? Now, don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. It's only one person it can be. Yeah, because it was so weird when he did it, and he's right next to him, and then I was like, yeah, totally, search me. Nash Skulkin.
Oh.
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Eh?
Blimey. Him?
Very well then. Bailiff? Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. All that!
Please, my lord.
Inspector?
Scotland Yard has to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Ah!
Bailiff, carry out the search.
I mean, I feel like the person being searched should be able to object.
Now hold on, Mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Well, they can object, but that doesn't mean you have to listen to them. Otherwise, everyone could have said, no, you can't search me. When they're like a super suspicious thing. And they can't be searched. And like, they said no, though.
We said, can we see your arm to see if there's a bullet hole in it, Mr. Egg? And he was like, no. And they were like, all right.
I think you just need like a reasonable thing. But he didn't matter anyway, because he admitted that he got shot.
Oh, that's
so
true.
he basically said, yeah, that's fine, you can. Here, my lord, in the witness pocket. I found this. The unblooded music disc. Good lord, that's...
Another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it, nothing. Yeah, because Gregson planted it on you. He's a sneaky inspector, that guy. Making sneaky deals at the stand and then planting the disc. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
Oh.
Order! 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 Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. That, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Grayson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was by any chance with a second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he didn't know. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. Always wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. My head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it.
You.
But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush.
Was it quiet time? QT?
I don't know. I know what QT means, but I don't know what it
Yeah.
stands for.
On the time to Google.
Time
On
to Google.
the QT. On the QT, 19th century British origin, not American. On the quiet is on the QT. I guess it's not a. It's just a variation of quiet, as far as I can tell.
Because, like, you're doing it quietly, so you only hear the Q and the T, you don't hear the middle bit.
Yeah. Maybe. American fondness for abbreviations like OK, PDQ, COD, as well as QT. Yeah, it doesn't specifically say, oh, Q stands for this and T stands for this. It's just quiet. It just means on the quiet. Okay. On the down low. Well, I mean, that's a different saying. You know, but means the same thing, yeah. For Melee Confidential, he says that thing. On the hush hush QT and down low. Thank you for subscribing, Kamidamaru, aka Waka. Cheers, pal. Hush hush, a top secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc that you had acquired from the witness.
Ah, does this mean? He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulk in order to get close enough to him. To slip the second disc into his pocket. Thank you very much, Anonymous, gifting us up to Olive. That's very kind. So it was all a pretense? Dot, 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 angrily shaking fish and chips. Well now, Inspector Gregson. And you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Dance time. Admit to it, yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon! Clearly our eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... what?
Someone tried that in court. They got accused of murder and they were just like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'll be on my way now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, well, maybe I lied and said that I wasn't there at the time, and I maybe was, but I didn't do it, so goodbye. Goodbye. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more.
I was taking a drink, so I couldn't press.
I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done has been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions.
Yeah, so, but we can still admit that he did the murder. I mean, maybe Gregson's motives were pure, but don't mean he ain't a murderer.
Yeah. I mean, I do think that Gregson's is doing this for the right reasons. He believes that, like, you know, this has to be kept in the downloads more important than one murderer going free. But still, though, I feel like he could, I don't know. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. But nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say that I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yeah, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Like, I get it, that's your gimmick, man, but come on.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Meanwhile, beep, 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 beep in the corner.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Oh my God. Detective is very much trusting eyes. More than this, I cannot say, and even my mouse agrees. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson if they declare the decision now.
Going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then I'm going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winterbank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon?
We have.
Oops. I mean... who would we present the evidence against?
Don't know.
We have the second music box now.
Yeah.
But, you know, we could ask for that to be played or whatever, but why? That doesn't necessarily mean anything about the murder, right?
Yeah.
So I could present this, like, aha, evidence against one of them, but why? Because then we can play the final, like, things together, and then that would be government secrets. I mean, we could say that. Okay, but we have two music boxes. We have this thing. Let's see what they play together. Ask the juror to tell us what it says.
Yeah.
And if then she can confirm this is government secrets, that should make them think at least that was something that was involved.
Yeah.
Save the game? I don't think I need to save. I have 2 left, so I can be wrong once.
I guess
So-
try that, yeah. Against, Graydon, I guess?
Well, Graydon said, you have no proof I'm leaking government secrets. And
Yeah.
Gregson said, you have no proof I made a deal. I think this thing is more, aha, you are leaking because look at these discs. I think it's more to Graydon. Mr. Graydon, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you I will admit to nothing. This is my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit the deal he clearly struck on this. What? No, but it's not the deal I want him to admit. I want...
Oh.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGillard's peculiar music box, Counsel? Yes. With the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc as well. Yeah! Goodness, this Counsel? And he's like, no, don't!
No,
Everyone will
wait,
know!
Oh,
Oh,
I
yeah?
can't let you do that.
Why will everyone know, Gregson? Why? Why not?
Because, well,
Exactly.
because it's got nothing to do with the case, that's why.
Well, then, worst case scenario, I waste a couple of minutes. That can't be that bad, it? Or do you perhaps, Gregson, have any particular reason why I shouldn't play it at all? Not true, Inspector.
Hey,
Defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believed that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
saying out loud, Sunshine. We're talking about state secrets here.
Oh, we are we? So you now do confirm that they're state secrets.
If you go letting the old courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason.
Then do you admit the charge? Then in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness.
You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll You'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Maybe, but that is not my goal as a defendant. My job here is to get my client declared innocent, and whatever happens along the way is not my responsibility. So, Mr. Gregson, if you do not want these secrets to be let out, then admit what's going on, and we don't have to listen to it, and you can save everything. Okay, let's see if he actually says any of that. But that's what I believe.
Protection.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Yes, Ryunosuke!
Don't you dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. Yes, Ryunosuke! I don't care who I make an enemy of. Ho, ho, ho. He is cool. He is tough. He is courageous. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Van Seeks. For Pete's sake, stop him. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet.
Where did his leg go?
In this courtroom,
they chopped it off.
my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No!
Very well. The defense stands here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, this has always been the heart at the case at the core of all Phoenix Wright games. That in the end, the goal is truth for the prosecutor and the defendant together to uncover the complete and total truth. That is the case. Because if you truly believe that they're innocent, then the truth is they didn't do it. So as long as the truth comes out, that is real. And the best parts is, in the Phoenix Wright games, when the prosecutor understands and joins in on that. If they are truly a good person, they will not seek to hide the truth anymore. In the end, they will be like, all right, if this is truth, then so be it, here is truth. So at this case, at least, Van Seeks is like, I don't give a shit about no state secrets. Here we go. Truth. The court will now listen to this music box as set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously.
I mean, they're acting like it's a big thing, but we don't know either Morse code or the code to break once the Morse code is deciphered.
Well, we do know one person here who knows Morse. Two people here who knows Morse code.
All right, I admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut up that blooming box.
Oh. Has she already written it down?
Probably. She's quick enough. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? It's a hard word to say, but I'll say it regardless. Music box disc. I almost had it that time. Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector?
I did.
Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Shut up! Psst, you there. The detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept, or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed.
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have been put in the clear. That should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yeah, you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. You...
Oh.
Traitor!
Gonna do a...
Oh, he coughed up a chip!
He popped his chip out.
Bailiff, restrain that man! At once! That's it then. It's all over. Dot, 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 dot. I despised my life growing up. The slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth. Born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a square talent, you are. Have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with my little plan now. I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communications office. It was a simple enough task.
The lure of the devil's offering. How easy it is to succumb.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable.
By using the music box.
My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. That's you. You can be him.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
It's the doctor! He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh?
A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are 2, actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though.
Thank you, Zombie Ritual, for resubscribing.
Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft.
That's how I had to make the 2 discs.
Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed.
It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of a deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes, I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. I wonder if he's now going to admit that he did burn the omnibus to kill McGilded as vengeance. Or if Seeks is going to say, yes, I know, and that I murdered him because I'm evil. Dun, dun, dun. And then the entire second game is like trying to get Van Seeks.
He's already like trialed for murder and treason, so he's going to get hung anyway, so may as well. Just admit to everything you've ever done in your life for this.
Might as well, yeah. Clear your conscience. Well, I mean, yeah. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. After 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore in my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge?
The eye contact. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine.
The icon? What was that?
He made eye contact with the camera. Looked over it through me. McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways.
to crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and the witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish.
My feet had barely touched British soil back then. I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I had made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGillard himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor to this courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGillard's death that day was caused by this man.
Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
What's this, officer? It's sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right. An imposter, hired by me. Well, we've already seen that they can, impersonate bailiffs. Sherlock Holmes did it. McGill had used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and set him on a one-way journey to hell.
I feel like you would immediately smell if an omnibus was doused in paraffin.
Probably, yeah.
You'd be like,
yeah.
I'm not going to go into that.
Maybe not all of it was drenched in it, but there was enough in it to set it on fire. Though it was quite heavily on fire. But it was made of wood, I guess. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes. I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Windybank's pawnbrokery? Aye, it's a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article of a deposit there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I'll put a jewel in the pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one's like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windybanks that afternoon 2 days ago, You had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial. The pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. Except some dumbass lawyer who didn't know and couldn't sense it at all. Actually, we did figure out that something was wrong, but in the end, they ran out of evidence to say that he did it, so he did go free.
Yeah.
I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing.
Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier.
But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we'd picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved.
Dark Creon raises a good point. He's got a new cane. Like, he broke the last one and still has a new one. Inspector, you've recovered fast.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I become nervous. That should be became. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles.
And the second disc was inside?
Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Yeah! A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
The broker fired his gun, and the bullet... Oh, wait. This is... Shut up, Gregson, I'm talking. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Yeah! They are all over the place with their dangers. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. Ooh, that's an emote idea. You know how everyone has like a monk ass with a gun emote, and then they do a version of that? I could do that with my little yahaha, a Korok with a gun. It's the murderer in all the cases. Before I knew what was happened, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. Isn't that kind of crazy, though? Like, he didn't even intend to kill him. And if he had managed to not kill him, this would have just been, I guess a robbery, I suppose, you know? Like, it wouldn't have been a murder, and it wouldn't have become... Gina wouldn't have been accused with murder. That's... that impulse to shoot back, like Raiden did. If he'd managed to defeat that...
Should be gun restrictions.
Yes,
Can't
indeed.
shoot people if you don't have guns.
This is true. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windybanks on that wretched night.
Aw, silent ...
Yeah. Even the crowd is ... dotting.
Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded.
Yes, I think I have.
Fancy, he's going to be hung for murder. You don't have to keep going on.
Yeah. Oh, and you are also a bad person, by the way. It's like,
You
yeah, we know.
are a poo-poo head. I just
Yeah.
want you to know this.
Yes. So I know you're going to get hung and everything, but you suck. Actually, that's why I want to tell you. You bad. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon?
He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets.
And the murder of McGilded. Very good.
Nah.
And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Aww.
Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you are complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you are doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable.
Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Hey, yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Bet you all feel pretty stupid for finding him guilty. Like,
Yeah.
guilty like 3 times during
Yeah.
this trial.
Jeez. The amount of time they changed their mind.
Haha, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook.
Finally, Bruno, you managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Yay.
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
Oh, the perjury thing.
Yeah.
Hey, what are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider,
Hey?
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Aww. And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that when played together, the music box discs contained a message in Morse code was Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Council. He has a sword too.
Yeah.
You can see it beneath his glass.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard.
I'm just waiting to see them sword fight eventually. And I mean sword fight. Like swords.
In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated.
Yeah.
Disseminated before the entire courtroom.
Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so...
If I may say something on that point.
Isn't that...
It's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession, one feels.
But I'd say that, in my opinion, the sound produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series. Serious? It's meant to be series.
Yeah, it must be. Oh,
Serious?
they're rushing the last
They
dialogue
got
here.
bored by the end. They were just like, yeah, whatever. Just bash it out.
Serious, yeah, whatever, fine. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, Sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGill did conspire to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
But it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, yes, Milo. Oh, no, no. Yes, Milo. Wait, who is she?
It's been too
Yes,
much
my
cockney.
lord.
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity.
An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, ain't nothing I don't see most days back in the slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina?
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself.
Well, it's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty! Hey! Confetti court! Fireworks court!
I was just wondering. Oh, Fliminec.
Exploding colors court!
I was wondering if maybe instead the disc was like, because the dad took it on, maybe he
Yeah.
replaced it with something else that was gobbledygook.
Yeah,
So that Matilda wouldn't actually get the secret.
yeah. He figured out what it was and was like, I don't want to sell secrets, and I'm gonna sell this instead. That is
Yeah.
all. Court is adjourned.
Alone.
He's put his cape back on.
On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend.
Oh.
Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman.
You cannot stop being racist. Like, at all times, you cannot stop. That's like saying, wow, he was really smart. You know, despite being black. Like what the fuck? That's like the most racist thing. What the hell, bro? And people still like him.
At the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
I don't think they're that different after all. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside.
You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To spend more time with you. Oh, it literally was! To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom.
You did?
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed.
Oh, he's got history.
Ah, Kazuma's his ex-boyfriend.
Oh my god.
Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and to try to understand.
Yeah, like he got says, cool backstory, still racist.
Yeah.
You know? You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly?
Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not.
Alright. Then I'll wait for that day if I must.
Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. We're not friends anymore, you're just a fellow. Until we meet again. I would love it if that just faded out to the sound of him crunching through glass as he leaves the courtroom.
Yeah, and then just muttering, this is the 5th glove I'm gonna have to replace. 17th April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to?
We checking the bailiffs to see if they're actually who they say they are.
Yeah. Or just hunting after her luck. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Nara Odo. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name.
What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly.
It's awful.
I've figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I'm gonna save, because I have a feeling something's coming up.
Oh. Like a quick time event.
No, but yeah. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
For crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, alright.
Thanks.
This is the way I see it, Runosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself.
After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption.
No, But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow?
That voice!
It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed me, but you people with your incessant babbling. Mr. Sholmes. Yes, it was me all along, you see.
I assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest.
Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again.
It's just like, no way am I staying here. Pew. Oh.
I happen to be aware of one or two foibles on the doctor who was attending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence.
How very above board.
But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you.
Oh, thank you.
Humph. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel.
Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes?
And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order to you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious.
Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest.
Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in trial he was working on winds up dead anyways. Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact.
Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Then why did you bring it up?
Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean like God?
Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they got what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another.
Like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
Yeah, but at least, Hatsume Namumiko, if that was his name, he's supposedly fine, right? He's on his way back to Japan, so hopefully he's fine. Yeah.
A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, give it a rest, all right? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well, There you are, Hurley. How have you been here? How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dogs didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful.
Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you?
Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering? Taking the bog trotter's stuff, what was in lug, blah, blah, blah.
Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But diving ain't an offence, it's a job, innit?
I don't think so.
Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo?
Well, no. I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me. What in the slums? What is there in the slums?
Yeah.
Something that
Something finished with the thing slums.
I'ma change the world.
Yeah.
That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it.
Oh, so when there's an H on the end, you agree that it is he.
Yeah.
Because then it wouldn't be he. So it's about if there's an H on the end or not. Okay.
What is it?
Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade? The prison carriage has arrived, Mom. Come with me to the rear gate at once. I don't know what accent that is, but I figured I'd save us from more Cockney.
Right, well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
Odo?
Yes?
Uh-oh.
Oh, this is bad.
Uh-oh.
Ah! What was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so I shot you. Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto.
Hitherto. Hit her too. Hitherto.
Hit her too.
Hit her too.
From your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as these, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Odo. Oh, thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me.
Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again.
Well, well, quite the indomitable pig-purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Jean, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
After you tell me the good news, I'm leaving, so I don't get to hear the bad news.
And there you have it. How people's answer questions says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
All right then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort.
All right then. What's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailing out of Dover has been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover? Oh, we're gonna get to meet Susanto because she hasn't left yet.
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. Aww.
But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky.
Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Sholmes?
I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole.
The great detective does it again.
Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles.
So he's blackmailing everyone.
I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary.
Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
Waiting for them.
to London, Victoria.
18th April, 5:32 a.m. Oh, that's late. Ported over, quayside.
That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Yeah, like a couple of hours, I think.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Mrs. Sato, where are you? There she is! Over there, look! Looks like she's reading something. Don't throw it in! Don't throw it in! Hold it! Mrs. Sato, wait! What are you doing?
Disappeared.
Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
Oh,
Aww.
that's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san?
To be honest, if I was about to throw a book at 5:30 in the morning in a place that was 3 hours journey away from my friends, I didn't think they would see me either.
No, that's pretty fair, yeah.
Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato?
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
So important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper mat, so I put it up my sleeve.
Her sleeves has so much room, to be fair.
Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windyback's shop with it later that night.
I see.
And then...
Yeah.
Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right.
After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind.
Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting sub to Quillian. The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So, you used the cat's flapper mat to make the peephole in the door.
She did in the photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was one of the first importance. It was of first importance, that point. precisely when the peephole was made. That information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier.
The trial of Magnus McGilded.
I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime.
That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah.
For which, a peephole would be the very thing.
Only, the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offence even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade.
Ah.
You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So, Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's.
Mr. Sato.
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you saved me too, from my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful for Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured.
Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
The revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones.
As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications.
Ah, so even the Morse code was enciphered.
Yeah. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted.
In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway.
Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you.
A zero-pipe problem?
Why?
I recognize that. Has he said that before in this game?
Don't think so.
A? So? Gi? Asogi. That's Kasuma. What?
Oh, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Means something. Asogi was the name of my best friend.
What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before.
Oh.
When the message was played on the music
genius.
box.
She literally down the dots and then she's like putting it together. Or maybe that's why it was meaningless tones to her, because she only recognized the name. Like, that's not a word, so that can't be real. She transcribed it on a fly? She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha panagram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that?
Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some years studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version.
For God's sake. Be that as it may, Iris, please show me the message.
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah. I just felt like I hadn't said anything in a while. So.
But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susato-san's face.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications?
Don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names?
The first is Kei Asogi.
Kazuma Sogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc?
The second is A Shin.
Shin? I don't recognize that name.
Oh no. Oh, okay, I thought it was going to be us.
Ah,
The third is T Gureguson.
Gregson. Tobias Gregson.
Oh.
Gregson?
Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list.
And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well?
And the last name...
What's the matter, Mrs. Sato?
It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense.
The last name is J. Wilson.
John Wilson. Iris's dad.
What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
Maybe it's about time we tell her what happened to her dad.
Says only J. Wilson, I'm afraid. I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4.
Oh my god. Like, maybe those 4 people knew something important and this is a kill list.
Oh,
Well, no. Kazumi died to an accident. Or did he? Maybe it
went
wasn't
on
an
a
accident
holiday
after all.
to recover from an accident.
It was the ballerina girl that killed him, but she said it was an accident, right? I mean, that's why he's on holiday. The list is to put them all on holiday. That's what it is, yeah.
And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris.
But Giselle Brett, which, by the way, I was 100% sure she would be involved in more, and she hasn't been yet. She was the one who killed John Wilson.
Yeah.
And then we went on the boat ride, and then it was the ballerina trying to escape, and she panicked, and then Kazuma actually accidentally died. However, we just now met the assassin guy in the jury. He was there, the actual assassin. Maybe he was involved and killed Kazuma somehow. And then he was in court to kill Gregson, but then who is Shin? Shin.
Still alive.
Yeah, but I don't know who that even is. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Imagine a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names.
It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then? Where
Oh,
Susie
come
and
on,
Bruno come from?
isn't it time for us to tell her?
Oh, well... No. It's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be a lot of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine of the Imperial Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. I feel like you should. I don't know. Get the truth out. This is so strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Winterbank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave.
I do wonder.
And then she's going home to Japan!
If perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside.
It's a 2-part game. Yeah, but originally they were 2 different games. It's just when they were released now, there's 2 in 1.
Honk!
Honk. So I guess you're... Not only are you voicing 3 of the characters, you also decided that you should voice the boat. Right, okay. I see. Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best.
Miss Usato, I had hoped to always have you at my side to guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
Aww. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now, don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript.
Ah,
Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. As a promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris.
Huh.
Honk.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Buria when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. Though technically she was briefly in the court room of the first case. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
You know very well what I'm talking about after that. That I'm talking about after. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Miss Susato,
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
goodbye, Susato. Just in case it got too emotional, just honk.
Somehow we seem to have come to the
Oh.
end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Ryunosuke
Or first
Naruhodo.
volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Wagahai is with us, the cat.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Oh. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, Mr. Sholmes?
I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently.
Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault.
Huh?
I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato,
You love defending yourself in court.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
It's all right. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Sholmes,
yes?
a word if you don't mind?
Why, certainly. Any word you'd like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Bruno's words, and I just know
The one you use here.
Then, I really must say... I really feel like he needs a better objection. Like, it's the worst objection of all the objections I've heard in Phoenix, right? Objection! It's just not strong enough.
Action.
Yeah. Thank you, Scythe, for resubscribing. It says, please remind Briony to get a new headset. The microphone has carked it.
Oh yeah. In the following weeks, hundreds of something and something was
Music
afoot.
boxes.
Inspired,
Yeah.
I had ordered them all myself, so I had advertised them for sale, with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important thing, and the money I've earned consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison.
That means he can pay for the suing of the rail company. But we're done. 5 hours almost. And if we had done any tangenting, it would have gone way over.
Wait, this manuscript is due tomorrow now, and when I'm this busy, Hattie usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement, for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts.
Aww.
Yeah. Maybe Runo can try.
Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions.
Yeah, that's you, yeah.
Ben hides in the thing.
Well, I don't know, son. No, since father is an innocent man. Or are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. If we want to talk about the game, we can maybe let this go unvoiced.
This is true, actually. Because
Yeah.
I've forgotten the voices.
Yeah, there's a lot of voices a long time ago. But yeah, that was good. I really like that. Oh, he's on the ship.
Aww.
Oh, he's brought a cat with him.
Oh, yes. Little Keaton.
Ketons. But yeah, I thought that last case was very good. I thought the puzzle to figure it out was nice. I liked it. I would say I don't think it's my favorite Phoenix Wright game by any means, but I've enjoyed it. But I was so sure he was gonna be involved, and he wasn't for some reason. Maybe in game 2, yeah. But yeah, I liked it, but it's not my favorite. I generally have enjoyed the Phoenix Wright ones more. I think they've been kind of wackier, which I've enjoyed, but also at the same time more serious. It's kind of both.
Yeah.
But I had a great time playing this, absolutely, and I do recommend it to anyone who likes other Phoenix Wright games, but it wasn't the best one. The latest Rand's magazine is out. That one line she wrote. Want to hear it? Gregson. Yeah, he's on that list, though. That has to be next game stuff.
I wonder if there's something, it's all something to do with people. I don't know. Like, Giselle must have had a reason for targeting Wilson.
Yeah. I think so. It wouldn't have just been a random kill. Like, there would have been a reason for it. Because that's the thing, that case ended and we're like, okay, but why though? And then she's just like, lol, diplomat, see ya. And we're like, God damn it, you know?
Yeah.
That was weird. I like how his face is a moon. And yeah, like people in chat are saying that this very much felt like it was a case set up for a sequel.
Yeah.
Oh, Rowley. Oh, Pat. Pat Rowley.
I guess this time next week is Yingle Yam.
It's Yingle Yam next week, yeah, the Jangle Jangle. I can't remember if Friday is busy for either one of us necessarily, but I think it's a good time to take a break anyway, and we'll see what happens during the week, and if we both have time available that we're not doing, maybe we play something random or with someone else or whatever, but either way we're taking a break and playing some other games before we go into Case 2 immediately. Basically assume most of December is gonna be, at least for me, very weird schedule, because Jingle Jangle takes random days, and then it's like Christmas celebrations and stuff, so there's gonna be some of that.
It'll be odd.
But yeah, you just keep an eye on our Twitters, and then you will see. Yeah, Ringo and Nash were pretty funny. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I
Jane.
renounce my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime, but regrets? Please. Give over, bro! This ain't the yacht we used to know. We got time. We need to plan a comeback.
Like Milton and Skulkin's milk run, right?
The three Musquatsits. Nice. So Milverton was the name of the blackmailer in the Sherlock Holmes stories originally.
Oh.
But he didn't really blackmail. He was more leaking information.
Yeah. Oh, there have been some... Oh? This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
6 months? Hasn't only been a bit over 2 months. I guess she's been home for a few months now, maybe.
Oh,
the wish!
The other eye.
The wish! Oh no. Nice
Aww.
photograph. Oh, my guy's taking the hat! Oh, that is such a cool picture.
That's very cute.
Yeah.
Oh,
Kazume as well.
look, we went to see him on holiday.
Yeah. Mark Oda, Bradley Clarkson, and Rina Takasaki. So she was Japanese, or at least of Japanese origin, probably. And so is Runuska as well. Ota-sans, yeah. Claire Morgan, Peter Jersey. Nigel Pilkington. I recognize that name. Takasuchi Auchi. There she is. Yeah, I feel like her story isn't over yet. Shut up!
Shut up!
She was great. And there's Dr. John H. Wilson.
We did all the voices in this. We deserve voice credit.
We should be literally right there. Jeez. '21 production. More like 221B production. There is Russian sailor with snake round head for no reason. Because I have owned snake, apparently. I love how much of a complete red herring that snake was. Just, yeah, there was like a snake that I owned. Deal with it. It's like, oh, okay.
For the speckled band.
Yeah. I do like how it sets up to be, a Sherlock Holmes story. But, oh no, he left us behind there. Because he went on holiday.
Oh, that's when he went on holiday.
Yeah. That's a very Japanese word. That's a... Yeah. She's back.
Oh, is she gonna start walking with us now?
I hope so.
She's gonna give us the... Oh.
No, we're both just staying,
We
okay?
all went on holiday.
We left there.
Oh.
Oh, no. We're catching up. Is she coming, or did I just get the sword? That's probably it. Like, at the end of that, Kazuma left and... Oh, no, there she is! Yay!
Yay!
And strong heart. Yes, you have exactly 63 seconds. Bet you one of those is Sherlock Holmes. I mean, Holmes. Sherlock. The guy. The detective. Mr. Lady first. And Bruce Fairplay. And there's Mr. McGilded. Don't you forget about me. Even though I died in a blazing inferno, that I did. Yeah, he did indeed. Russian dying message. Mikhail Ignatov. Okay, yeah, right. That was his job. I read an interview with Janetsu. She's translated a lot of other Ace Attorney games, and this one was a tricky one. Because this is so... Because the other one's just like, yeah, this takes place in Japan, and then they translate it to like, yeah, it's not really Japan, though, kind of. And this one is like, well, it is kind of Japan, but also they're from Japan, but then they're in there, but it's not... This one, they just have to do straight translation rather than any sort of localization in that regard.
Yeah.
Pat and Rowley, Joan and John Garideb, and Natsume Himiko. I can't remember if that's his name.
Wagashai.
Wagahai, the cat, yeah, Wagahai. Iris! I liked her a lot. Sherlock and Iris were, I mean... I was trying to say best characters, but I don't know, I liked a lot of them, honestly.
Joining.
Yeah.
Everyone has such a confident Stratton, and Susato
Yeah.
is really, like, timid.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, look how much taller he is than us.
He's classic 12 feet tall Japanese villain man. It does seem like it's a type of Skulkin variation just evolved. With the Milverton's or Graydon's movement. Hi, Gina.
Oh yeah, the cat should be walking with us too. Where did he go?
Oh no, she's shooting!
Uh-oh.
Watch out! Here comes the gun. It takes so long to load it that she didn't get the fire. Yeah, it literally takes like 20 seconds for her to actually put the cartridge in. Are we now gonna reach the point where Susato leaves us?
Oh.
Capcom. And you. Oh, they're doing a stance.
Aww.
Ah, the point. Ah. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures, Finn.
Ooh.
We did it!
We did it. We solved the crime.
We solved all the crimes! Though there are still mysteries going on.
Aww.
One of them is on holiday, and the other one is doing trials.
Doing the trials.
We're done!
Bum, bum, bum.
Now next time... Oops, wrong button.
Ooh.
We'll have to go to this! New music and everything. Exciting! Came out 2 years later, that game. Judging by the copyright message. And then, of course, we have all of these as well. The special escapades, some short episodes.
Sorry.
Oh, man. But what we can do now is we can start putting on the outfits.
What? Ooh.
Which I think we should, because they look kick-ass, both of them.
What's the Herlock one? Very good.
I feel like he should stay, but I like both of their outfits. I think they look cool.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's it for us. 5 hours in. Oh boy, it was a long stream. And we barely tangented at all. We didn't have time today. So we could have talked about wrestling. We could have talked about Dota. We could have talked about random things, but we didn't have time. We just had to blast through to finish
Powered
it.
through it. Bash,
Yeah.
bash, bash.
Yeah. You didn't have time to admonish me for all my backseating in the Lion game. I didn't have time to admonish you for not coming back to talk about wrestling after you finished watching Dynamite. It was a whole thing.
We have to fight in our own time.
Exactly. We can't do that. We can't do that on stream anymore. We never have time to finish the games. Yeah. All right. Worst podcast, only gameplay. I know. But that is it for us. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. Like I said, Jingle Jangle and stuff is gonna make schedule a little bit wonky in the near future. So assume throughout December we'll maybe try to fit in a few streams if we can. On some days at some points, but we'll see. And then we have a few possible projects in mind for the future before we jump into Ace Attorney Resolve. But we'll see about that when that happens. Hopefully, you guys are looking forward to it. And either way, I hope you guys keep an eye out on both our channels because we have fun stuff coming up. And definitely keep an eye out on the Jingle Jangle. And yeah, because that should be really fun as well. We are doing a thing on the Jingle Jam, me and Briony, so look out for that. Should be a fun one.
I am excited.
Yeah. Right. I think that's it. Unless you have anything else to say, we're going to say goodbye.
Yeah.
Okay.
Feed my tum-tum.
Yeah, I'm also hungry. I'm going to make lasagna.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm hungry. Thanks for watching, everyone, and goodbye, Briony and Briony's chat. Bye-bye.
Bye,
Bye. Let's figure out who to raid. Just a little nice giveaway present. Rav's Pokemon, Kirsty's Pokemon, Zoe and Fion are doing Kingdom, Mousy is doing Final Fantasy Savage raiding, more Pokemon from Martin, Daltos is doing crosswords as always. Well, how about I'll throw you Kirsty's way, I guess. And see you all around for whenever. I think I'll still have time for a stream or two before official Jingle Jangle start. But yeah, pay attention on Twitter. Twitter is where you'll find info. Have a good time, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.